Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmile2. And if you're watching YouTube and you like what you see, maybe like, make a comment, subscribe. And you don't see, feel free to dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day. And let's get into this. Alright, let me check the sound real quick. Let's just see. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, we're good. Alright. By the way, you're going to hear the sound of boomers being, well, not thrown. Removed from death, potentially. Just letting you know what it is. He's decided, as I started streaming, that now is the time to say no, it is time to code. Throwing fits every single time I do anything else. Alrighty. Right. There we go. I think I was mid-job, right? Nope, I was not. Alright. Yes, okay. Help, yeah, threw a huge party. Opened up the rifle for all day. I think got messy real quick and the kids had a blast. That's the main thing. Speaking of blast, let her have it. The grubby little chucker. Boom. Actually, Buddha has left entirely, apparently. You know, maybe I should just buy all of the attachments to this one. I'll have the money at the end of this, right? Or in general. And then we can work on the lesser ones. Let's see, what ones can I afford? Still can't have any Quattro Cosmetics. It's a bit of a shame. Alright, so we're doing this one. Let's buy... This one will be expensive. I don't know what it does. The adaptable nozzle. And let's buy this one. And then after this job, we'll buy this one. And then after that. I'm good. Hello, Chris. How are you? That's the one I bought. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, different now. Hope you're doing well. People often say to me, "You've been doing this for how long?" Don't you get bored when you'd rather be doing something else? No. So this is the new thing. Oh, dang, that's pretty nice. She said something else that I missed. I've heard. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I'm glad to hear you are feeling better at this moment. That's always good. Better to feel better than to be feeling worse, right? I seriously would love to know where this is supposed to be set. Hello, Dwagon. How are you? I hope you're doing well. There we go. I just kind of like pick up all the different, well. So thank you for the sub, Chris. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Mr. Kenji. How are you? Hope you have a good evening. Alrighty. Nice. Glad to hear that it has been a good day so far. Are you sure you're feeling alright, Chris? Normally, if you try to get like, something else, I was like gonna be make a jokey suggestion that like for every I wasn't gonna. But anyway, it's fine. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And alright. Sure. Thank you. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alrighty. There you go. Yep, I'm gonna clean this. Anyway. Must be this tall to ride the ride. That's a little low for. I guess technically there's no loop-de-loops, but it usually be more like about with the noses. Unless we're like super duper tall. I don't think we are. I was just more left with, cause like, I've been on a couple coasters like that, right? Like, I like coasters. I guess it's not going very high, that's why. It's just got a very basic loop. You know, I don't think I want to know what's supposed to be basically got this place so dirty. Seems concerning. Cause, like I could believe, some things, but I think the very bright purple color is very concerning. Like, what did the kids eat to have that be what's, yeah. Cause, you know. There we go. There we go. Let me clean this. Really, what it caused this? Like, when you look at what this says, it's like, oh, you know, it got messy. It's like, okay. But the more you look at, the more it's like, no. What happened? Like, this isn't just a little bit of, like, vomit or something. We had a lot of vomit. Like, I would have expected that and been like, yeah. No, this is like... Like, what unholy abomination of a thing happened here to cause this? And App's like, I just got a little messy. Like, lady, that ain't a little messy. That's full on. Something went very, very wrong. Alright, with this music, it's even worse. I gotta change the music because it's just like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Fear. Like, I don't even want to touch the walls, kind of thing. Yep, we need our buddy to come in and be like, the heck do you mean? Mr. Bernard, we need him to come in and just lay down the facts of this is wrong. What the heck happened here? Alright. Like that I believe that's just vomit, right? Don't want to touch, but like, whatever. That already becomes questionable. It's just like purple, maybe a drink, right? And then the black. Like, where did that come from? Yeah, but in this one it's especially like it's just a little, it's just like, yeah, but here it's like, yeah, I would agree, except for the color of the slushie. Have you seen slushie throw up? Even when it's the bright purple, it ends up not being quite that color when it comes back up. So that's kind of where I'm going with this a little, why? The most disturbing part is we've been going at this for 18 minutes already. We only have 12% done. Get the thing clean. I wonder, can we actually ride the thing? We can. Alright, I'm gonna get this clean. So that would be fun. Right? Also the handprints. Oh, I'm sorry. Those moths. We're being horrified right now by the concept of this place. Yeah. So I'm trying to listen to the sound of the game and figure out what it was. There's a thing there. What kid did this stuff come out of? About that stuff too. I hope that's just like, because that's the underground. Yeah, good, that's the water. It's gonna be like, that better be the water, because otherwise, why? Hey, I'll turn the music back on. I just was trying to see what the sound was. I'm gonna be honest, I think if I was them, I'd have done some custom music. And a voice to go and have have it go, "How the folks, hello guys, welcome to welcome." And if they're gonna go through the having the whole idea that they had the nature sounds, like come on. The alligator. You can't. It doesn't have to be like a whole lot, but just like a little random custom thing. Cause I'm gonna guess they're not gonna do it when you turn on the ride either, but like that would be a way to kind of go about that to make it just a little bit more like. Instead of the sound of seagulls, just have like a little tune that goes bump 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 or something like that, just to kind of be like. Because if you're trying to be like a kid coaster, right? Sort of fun for the kids. A good way to like have some of the sounds from the rest of the not be as like prolific and frustrating to listen to, you know, like if you're kind of getting in. And if they didn't have any sounds, I wouldn't be saying that because I'd be like, you know, it's what it is. But somebody put their hands on the. I'm just saying, if you're gonna have the nature sounds in the background anyway, you might as well give it like a little funky tone. I mean, I guess you guys don't have to agree with me, it's fine, I just voicing my opinion on a game design kind of thing, actually, in this case. You don't agree? I mean, that's fine. I just... Talking from, like, I've been to a couple of these different kind of coasters and things, and if they have... They take the time to actually have the sound, that's kind of just the way they kind of... how it tends to go. I'm just saying that from a gameplay, like, if you want to have the game feel a bit more immersive, having a little tune kind of... Like, if you're gonna have those, having like a little tune kind of go... from that kind of stuff. So that's really actually where I was coming from, it's an objective person. But it's my opinion. But I understand. It doesn't have to be like a silly voice or anything either. It just kind of, from the looks of things and stuff, is where I was kind of getting that from. But alrighty. Hey, what are you doing on Mondays, Wagon? I'm gonna go back to normal and be Minecraft Mondays, one or the other. Yep. No. I think fair enough. Anyway, just gotta get my brain back in order. Second. Sorry. What I was gonna say is, I was thinking we replaced Reclamation with the one I was suggesting. It is create based, the Farmopolis, but I'm not against doing it if I know it's got from the beginning and we know that it's gonna just be. That's cute. Probably a short-term one, which we already knew, right? Yeah, Streamer Brain Short Circuit. But I just thought, you know, farming is fun and doing a good thing. Yes. Alright, and we're gonna understand that whenever it dies because create is not the best for my computer. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, yeah. Oh, that's right, Chris, you haven't been here. So I've been thinking, because you weren't here yesterday, rather. But basically, because, you know, it's getting to be the holiday season, and one thing that all the different holidays have been togetherness to have in common is food, so, you know, let's do a food-based one. I kind of figured you were doing that. That's fair. Keeping your watch streak, right? Anyway, what I was gonna say is basically now he was in the chat but was lurking. I could see. Mostly because I was trying to check something else. I was like up there. Anyway, but what I was saying is just like to be fun to be like having something more kind of food based. For fun. And that the whole thing of this mod pack, what it says is that the goal is to make all the foods, basically. It does say it is create based, but I'm thinking it might be fun. At least try and get it done. Even if we basically have to go for like 2 weeks. There are 2 reasons why I love my job. One day, I get to see the kids smile every single day. For some of them, it's their first time on a roller coaster. What a privilege that is for me to give them their first taste of pure G-force. This is not the right music for this. There we go. The two smile. Anyway, Osuna? Abuna Buna, yeah, he smiles. It's kind of difficult to get a picture of him smiling when he's not on me. So I actually have to find him. Well, it's getting clean. Ish. You know the other thing that's missing from the sound pool for the air these things? You realize that I kind of sit outside of the office isn't that big and not that soundproof. I can hear. Also, I think you mentioned at least once that you weren't feeling well. Plus, I literally walked in as you were telling me, you know, it's just, yeah. And it's not hard to put two and two together. And you've started coming in regularly and all of a sudden you're not here at all. Chances are, and you stated you weren't feeling great. Chances are you are probably sick. Or there are actually sick. Which I think is fine. Because if you're sick, you should rest. Right? Rest is important to getting better. Like proper rest. The body is what determines that, not the mind. You can feel like you really want to move around, but unfortunately, the body doesn't know. It still needs more rest. That's just how it goes. Alright, I see why this has to move. I suppose that is a good one to choose for that, yeah. But which one did you watch? Did you watch the normal one or did you watch the other one? Yeah. There you go. Because obviously, like, yeah, black is in a bio is not the most healthy starting out, right? Dark, heavy black. I guess to be fair, I didn't actually watch the anime. I read the manga for the other one. Even though it's such a like. Okay. What is their vandalism? Hmm? I'm not sure what you mean, Tomas. Anyway, I'm left with why is there vandalism on this thing? It was just a fun party. And nothing else. Or do you mean the fact that they were... Yeah. True. Although, to be fair, even the Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a reason they were in the plastic wrap. Basically to prevent kids from accidentally reading it. That's what it is, Chris. You know? It's for an adult audience. Or at least 16 and up. It can be iffy with those. Sometimes they'll get, like, wrapped up in the plastic anyway. They have the cards too, but the thing is, with the original, before the cards, they also were wrapped in plastic. And it was not because of cards. I remember that. I know about that one too. There's the thing with that. Because those are dark. It's kind of ironic because my library, I think, had them. In the teen section because the other ones were fine. One of those things where it's like, ah. Was it on that? I don't remember. But it was, yeah, no. There's reasons. Well, actually, it's not unnecessarily. Means it's been rated than not for kids. Or for adults, rather. Very specifically. But then it can be vague as to why and stuff. So sometimes it's like, oh yeah, there's a reason. There's other times where it's like, if you actually read the thing, it's like, okay, so why? Oh, because there's like gore, or it's like one chapter in the whole thing makes the whole thing require the plastic wrap. That makes like something. Because then it's like the rest of the series is like, if you read like volume 2 or 3 or whatever it is, and it's not whatever the one volume is. Why? What? Yeah. Just not getting clean because there's one spot. Yes. Yeah. That sounds about right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Grass floor. Ooh. It really isn't very pleasant at all. So, if you guys are riding a roller coaster, where do you ride? Well, actually, technically, for some of the manga series, they came out after the anime. Specifically, pretty much everyone after the first one. Okay. I just meant you ride at the front of the coaster, the back of the coaster, the middle of the coaster. Fair enough. So you won't ride a wood coaster, huh? Why? You got a specific reason? There you go. Anyway. I'm only asking because like one of the first coasters I ever rode was a wood coaster. They used to have at Universal. Well, actually, it was Islands of Adventure. It's no longer that one, but they used to have the. It wasn't fully wood, but it was mostly wood, right? The flying unicorn. You realize that it doesn't matter what kind of coaster it is, they all have that, right? To some extent. I thought you were gonna say because it's flammable, to be honest. And honestly, for me, that's not the most terrifying. My most terrifying thing is when the thing that's meant to keep you in place, you know? Or I mean, kind of. Again, it depends. There's a lot of factors that go into that kind of stuff, not just the material that the coaster itself is made of. Also, whereas one computer has an issue, at the same time it is better as well in other facets. For example, should a part of the wooden coaster break, it's a lot easier to replace the wood, bolts, whatever, right? Whereas for a metal one, if something breaks, this has all been like put together and all that. So you basically have to find either get like anyway, point being is that every type has its issues. Ah, you're referring more to like, whereas I'm thinking of more, also, actually, you're thinking of like a pier. Sorry, I forgot you're in a. That's good. Different experiences, like different feelings. Anyway, and that's just kind of how that goes, right? Different feelings. All right. There we go. I'm just kind of cleaning this, and then I'm gonna clean. Haha. And then we can take a ride on the roller coaster. Whee! Doesn't that sound fun? Also, how long have I been going at this? An hour. Barely anything done. This coaster is insanity. Hmm? I'll go on the coaster first. I see. Anyway. I think the coolest coaster I've ever been on. Does not exist anymore, but it was super cool. The Dueling Dragons at Universal. Of Adventure. You know? The whole thing was it was the two coasters. But that is no longer in existence. Yeah, I would call that sketch as heck. The B movie was well, you know. For one. Also, if they're talking about a movie, then they don't care as much about, like, yeah, maintenance and stuff, yeah. Anyway, but I would always say beyond that is... Hmm? Never got on what? You mean the Dueling Dragons? I mean, fair enough. It was... They, obviously, when they were doing the Harry Potter world, I'm gonna guess they couldn't really maintain it the same way anymore. Didn't do a, branding. I think they were planning on putting in a new coaster to do some more thing eventually. Which makes sense. Because they do seem to try and do that, you know? One's sealed, one's kind of just... are open, like... I honestly... It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's amazing they managed to keep it going as long as they did for a couple of the rides, but they've gotten rid of it this time, you know? In the Florida location, specifically. But this is if you, like, you know, you have to be, like, a local that knows. For example, their old King Kong ride, not their new one, but their old one, was usually closed down about, I'd say, 90% of the time. By the time they just finally kind of went, nope. Actually, probably more. Because it would be fine for like 2 weeks, and then it would need months of maintenance, and then they'd have it fixed up. Yeah, we've got that one. We've got all the stuff from both of the things. Because Florida had the space. So we've got Diagon Alley and the, Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. It's kind of cool. A friend had tickets, and so we went, and invited me, so we went, and so got to see that a couple years ago. And so yeah, it's quite interesting that it's both the broom ride and Gringotts. And all that. But again, it was really just about space. I don't think we still do. We might. We did have it, but I think that since the Back to the Future ride, I'm pretty sure is gone now because they just couldn't fix it anymore. I don't know for sure though. I think they may have removed it, but they might not have. I know they did have that stuff before. But again, like the Back to the Future ride was one of those rides that spent more time in not working than working at the end of its life cycle. I know we've got the whole Jaws area, even though I think the Jaws ride is gone now. Again, same reasons. The old animatronic, the Shark animatronic and stuff just no longer working and all that. It was cool, you know, and it worked. But it definitely didn't work for 90% of the time. I still got like the town, at least the last I was there, but that was still like, that was before COVID. They might have removed it now, but... I think it's still in the... I think it's still in the... that they still had it running on you guys' side, but I don't know. Luckily, I get loads of time to think. I mean, properly think deeply, like we don't do so much anymore. Once I had this amazing thought, I got so lost in it that I zoned out completely. That doesn't sound good for a roller coaster operative. Those kids could believe their luck. They got 2 whole minutes on the ride for $1. Yeah, that can be dangerous. Anyway, but yeah. I know that stuff has been switched out. I think they still have the Men in Black ride, though. 2 minutes, yeah. Except that then you're gonna be super dizzy. And sick afterward, potentially. There's a reason you get, like, a certain amount of time. It's not just... It's not just the whole... yeah. Anyway, but yeah, as I was saying, I know that they've gotten rid of that. I know they still have Men in Black, which is actually pretty cool. I'm not sure if they've gotten rid of ET. Well, gotten rid of isn't really the right word, is it? It's more like, have given up on. That really truly is, like... Because... there are rides that just... basically it would work 2 days out of the whole week, maybe. If you were lucky. I know that they've been replacing those. Mostly because, again... they can't exactly... keep on repairing forever. You have to eventually replace. Even if they were to replace with the same exact thing. You know? Fair enough. I have, other than once, like a couple years ago, I hadn't been since I was like 12. So I haven't been that often. It's just that when I was a lot younger, I went a lot because they had like local stuff for discounts and stuff. And in a way that like Disney didn't, still doesn't. They check your driver's license or ID, man. And some of those things are no longer around. They were just things that were like at the time. That's on you. I don't think they don't really do those promos anymore, so it doesn't really matter, but it was just a thing. I don't remember what the promos were. I just remember that, no. Like I said, it's not really as... They still have... It's just not as good? The thing is, part of what made it a good deal is that by living here in Florida, the days that would get, like, blocked off, right, didn't really matter, because pretty much all the days in winter were open. Because they were trying to get people to come in. So, vacation-wise, didn't really matter. Did not care that I was, like, shivering my butt off. Plus, because again, like Florida, and they do like educational stuff for some of the stuff. A lot of the theme parks would do things with schools. I didn't do most of them, but you had stuff like that as well. But I mean, the biggest thing is that with Florida, there's so much stuff to do and so many different places to do it. Theme parks are like the tip of the iceberg. You know? Yeah. Like here, we've got like Renaissance fairs out the wazoo. No matter what time of year, there's at least one somewhere in Florida. If not 2 or 3 or 10. You've got Like, if you don't want to go to, like, the Universals or the Disney's or whatever, we've got, Gatorland, which is actually pretty cool. Or SeaWorld. Not me, but it's got more rides to SeaWorld. Gatorland, but, you know, Gatorland's got gator nuggets. Depending on the time of year. We have a bunch of little theme parks, too. Like, you get the fun spots, you get the... I'm just saying... It's just not, like, if you limit yourself to theme parks, there's only, like, a few theme parks to really go to. But there are, like, other locations and stuff, and you'd be surprised. Of what you can do. But that's because we really and truly are a state that relied on tourism. Or decided to rely on it, I guess, to some extent. Well, not really rely on that way, but, you know. Get people outside of the state to come here and spend their money. Worked. I mean, think about it. Florida's all marketing. Right, 10. The fact that our state nickname is the Sunshine State. Heck, our state bird is the mockingbird. Yeah. We also do, obviously, it's like lots of fruits, like oranges. And we've got a lot of oranges. But beyond oranges is like if it needs to be grown in a specific environment, there's a high chance that somebody's doing it here. Especially if it's a tropical environment that is required. I'm not sure what these are. It doesn't look like I should be washing them off, does it? Well. Anyway. It's cool. Also, going to national parks is pretty awesome, especially since for most of them you can camp. Or be. But like, if you want to go somewhere and you don't want to have to spend, like, the fees for a hotel, you're willing to camp it. There's plenty of places, pretty much no matter where you want to go. Here in Florida. How about how willing you are to... What level of discomfort are you willing to get to, you know? I mean, you know, we got beaches, we got parks, we got everything. We've got theater, we've got little orchestras. High level ones. Yeah. You've even got those neighborhoods that do the super, like, over-the-top Christmas lights. And we even have places here in Florida during the winter months that are crazy enough to do outdoor skating rinks. Like once December hits. Because, you know, no snow, no cold weather. I've never been to the big one. That starts getting, like, advertised, like, 2 days after Thanksgiving. But, like, I'd say probably 75% of people who live here, if they were to hear the commercial, would recognize it immediately. It's the same, like, every Christmas. Probably more. Because it's all about, advertising. Yeah? If you can get more people there than what you spend, it's a good investment. You also got super malls, I guess. with you. But it definitely goes into that whole... I honestly just think it's kind of cool. But at the same time, kind of crazy. The amount that goes into some of it. Yeah. I will give you one piece of advice if you ever do come to Florida. If it's during the tourist months, make sure you're driving careful. You know? Because, like, every local knows that's when the cops are out to get their tickets. Or get the speeding tickets. Because they're aiming to get them tourists. Yeah, be careful. It's a thing. I would guess most places do something similar. It's also to make them die for what they were causing, the trouble they're causing. Just a good little reminder, because it's like, hey, you're gonna come here and you're expected to play by the rules. Realistically, you always know someone, even before you even see, like, the driver's license, or the full license plate, whether they're from Florida or not. A lot of them drive crazy. It's like... There's nothing wrong with a bit of caution. There we go. It's that kind of thing where it's like, I would also say, if you're gonna come for a theme park, go to Universal. Over Disney every time. You'll have a better experience. At least they've got stuff going on that even if you're not running a ride, you can have fun kind of checking out, but isn't just shopping. Whereas with like Disney, it's like, yeah, same where you are, it's like go to Universal, don't bother with Disney. No, yeah, exactly. Because it's just like at least there's interactive stuff, or even if you can just like see things going around and doing things and stuff. And it is fun. There's like, it is shops. Pretty much all shops. I think it really comes down to theming, actually, when I really would go there. Yeah. Like Universal, they go to the extra mile to make it feel like you've walked onto the set. Really and truly. But even if you like go into a restaurant, it feels will have things you can do that aren't just eat food. Oh. Was here. I don't know. I'm just gonna remove it. Yep, and literally on set there, exactly. Oh, they did have a couple sets here as well. It just was... It's mostly a... yeah. But what I was meaning is, I feel like taking that extra time to make sure that there's that... That there's a reason to kind of just, like, chill out and hang out. Other than just, you gotta go to every ride. I think that's nice. New jobs available. Boys and joys. Extra wash. Is there any chance you can hurt yourself to washing hand to clear up our interactive solar system? We've had an incident. Ooh, that'll be fun. But I think that's kind of important, you know? Like, if you're gonna go... Unless you're just going for rides, even then... Like, I think the... Especially when you see some of the newer Disney weightlines, and I have seen what they look like. It's like, I'd rather kind of have the cool stuff going around me and stuff like that. There's a reason! Like, if I'm gonna be standing out in the 100-degree weather, because it's midsummer, I want it to be fun. I don't want to be just sitting there, roasting with not much going on. And like, beyond that, at least like if you go in as like single, it actually does move forward in line. But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, biking parts and stuff. That's true. That's the irony. They have the ability to do something that would probably make them more fun to go ahead and check out, but they don't do that stuff. They dedicate time to things that most people have no interest in. Or rather, are not going to have interest in. And then they're like, why did nobody show up to this? We got rid of things that people liked. Didn't add something else people like or looking for. Also, I mean, to be honest, the thing that shows that Disney's money is running out is the fact that people actually know about the lawsuits and stuff, because there's actually, whenever something that is happening is actually coming out and not being, like, smothered. There's plenty of things that are known about locally that never made it into the news cycle. The fact that it's like, you know, basically everything. They don't got the money anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's infamous. Why do they have leaves here? There we go. Piranha? That's the way obviously at some point I'd like to go back again, but I don't think that's likely to happen anytime. Life is expensive. Well, let's be real. The ride that they'll never get rid of it at Island Adventure is probably the Marvel ones. They'll just fix them to heaven as long as they can. Because they can just be like, we still have these. I mean, they're really cool though, so, you know. And how they work as well. Honestly, their Spider-Man ride is like kind of the precursor to the 4D rides that exist now, right? Which I only know because... Which is kind of nifty. Like, it only goes in a circle pretty much with a few, like, jolty movements and stuff. It's all, smoke and mirrors. For all the movement and everything. With the screens and everything. You get beef piranha. I'm not saying it's bad. I actually think it's super cool if you... Well, I mean, it's one of the ones that did that. SeaWorld had one too. I don't know if they still have it. I think it is, right? Yeah. It was like Expedition Arctic or whatever. That one was quite something as well. Again, a lot of AC was used in that. You feel like you're in the Arctic. And like I said, I don't know if they saw. I can't remember the last time I think I don't remember when the last time I went, actually. I think it mostly because I'm thinking, like, because of the way the roller coaster's done, it really reminds me a little bit of, kind of theme parks in general. That's what bugs me about there not being, like, any actual, like, sounds or anything, too, because, you know, that's kind of how you get the kids to enjoy waiting in line. Not really enjoy, but, like, not just be stuck there for 2 hours doing nothing. It ends up being a super busy day. Although I suppose with other things, although she's talking about things and stuff, hey, you know, I don't think she's the best at this kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, obviously I've been to a couple theme parks over the course of my life, yeah. Not really recently, but over time. But definitely, other than, like I said, once, only like once since I think Hedge was born, maybe. No, I mean, I had been a couple times. More like when Hedge was old enough to be. She wasn't really interested in them, but. I know that whatever the thing was, I can't remember what it was, it just kind of. I just remember what that amazing thought was. Isn't it weird how some people have, like, the perfect name for their jobs? Like, There's this famous detective from around here called Penelope Proof. Detective Proof? I thought I'd call that a perfect name. But get this, she used to be a baker. Bet she rose through the ranks. Ha ha. I think her name suited her just fine beforehand. Now it kind of doesn't. Nah, like, more like... very little. I considered up doing other stuff at the time. And... yeah. But, yeah. I mean, outside of that, I think the scariest ride I've ever ridden is not actually a roller coaster. It was a SeaWorld ride, actually. City of Atlantis. It's like the only ride I could ride, so... Since I finally remembered it in the coasters. But I mean, it does a good job at making you go... You know, that's what they should do a horror game about. That would be scary. Like one of those types of rides. You know? Do it in VR and make it really terrifying. I don't even know if you guys even know what it did. When I think about it. I think they had one on... So it was like their only ride other than, the Kraken. Yeah. And then they also have the polar bear one later. Or not polar bear, the Arctic one as well, but... But they fake you out and stuff. But the first drop being just a tiny drop, it's like, oh, it's fine. And then just the massive drop. I don't know. I don't mind coasters. I like coasters. But that one just to me, I think, absolutely terrifying. I can tell you why. Well, I mean, I could, but it wouldn't make sense because I like coasters. Yeah. Hello, Chronix. How are you? roll. Hey, how are you doing, Chronic? We were just chatting about theme parks. Yeah, the Atlanta trip scared me. But, like I said, it was the only one I could go on. Not allowed to go on the Kraken alone, and family member in question did not like coasters. The point, like, I had to beg to be able to go in the flying uniform. Would only be like allowed to go in once. The only reason we ever did it for so long was because it was a family thing. That thing. Anyway, but yeah, I think Atlanta's so terrible. The Kraken was fun and cool. Other cool things you can see around Florida. I know we've got a Ripley's Believe It or Not, and the whatever it's called, but it's owned by Disney, but it's like, what's it called? I don't remember. This is the Wonder House, I think I thought about that. But the building looks like an upside down mansion because like a yeah. We got those. I think Disney owns it now. I don't know if they did. Race car museums. I think there's a couple. I'm trying to think what else is there. Well, I shouldn't do them here in the fall. There's a lot of corn mazes. It's gonna become a thing. But yeah, like I said, yeah, corn. So, corn obviously is another big harvest thing here in places. So, when it comes to the season, right? They able to finish up all their stuff by like the end of October. But they make a maze in the corn and they go through the corn maze. And they'll be stupidly big. I've only been to them once. Never again. I learned how bad my allergy is to the plant itself. Not just the food. Fair enough. Anyway. I think this really makes me... I know it's not probably with it. They're probably basing off something different, but it really makes me think of the Popeye ride at Universal. Let's go for the way it's presented. I know it's gotta be something else because there's no way. That's what it makes me think of. But no water. Hmm. Let's see. Is there any other spots that I could get? Shockingly new. Yeah, I could at least move this. There we go. That does it. Alright, and then that one should be done, and then all I have left is this thing. Here, shall we see how the roller coaster goes? I think I've got everything except for underneath. Which I think is the real reason you're supposed to move the coaster, but like... Like, we got it right at least once, right? Let me get this the rest of the way cleaned up. The loading bay area, and then we gotta take a ride on the coaster. Honestly, I feel like this would have been a good one to do it. Like, I obviously have to try, like, be a good VR game. But no, I'm serious. If they don't got a little thing that says, keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. And remember, kids, have fun. Kind of thing. I mean, like, that's a disappointing. I think I have the whole thing done anyway. Nice, so I don't even have to clean the track. Like, I mean, you got the speakers, right? Again, I'm not gonna say, like, if they don't got speakers, I gotta do that. Although, generally, there is some level of reminding. I just had another thought. Those reptiles on my ride aren't craters, they're crocs. Duh. Sheila. Later alligator. You can tell by the teeth. Oh boy. Hope no one notices. I did wonder. Well, how did she not know? I honestly kind of wondered for a very different reason. Because, like, this ride is very clearly Australian themed, right? And Sheila's even gone with that whole thing there. Like, if this was like swamps and all that, I would have totally see, like, yeah, it could be gator maybe by accident, but like how did she not know? That's that her croc and all his little crocky friends. You know, I hope the next thing is a bunch of people, like, in a chat log that she's not part of, talking about how, isn't it weird? It's called an alligator, even though it's clearly a crocodile. To be mean. But it is, isn't it? Yeah. That's why we need 2 players. So one player operates the roller coaster. The other takes the ride, and then they switch off. That way you can have it end right where it should and all that. 2-hour mark, I'm still going at this. This thing is huge. And I still got 20%. Doing. Why did it give me 2 ladders of the largest Folly Riley? Okay, so there's definitely normally water that flows here, right? Can we agree on that? Also, it looks like I found her private area. I'm not sure how she has the water flow, but that's gotta be a thing here. Otherwise, there's no reason to have this up here, because, like, who's gonna be up here other than, I guess, her, but, like, even then. Probably better to just kind of stop it here. Rather than going all the way back, because it's not like you can see it down there. Sure. Anyway. Now my question is, how does the water flow beyond just like this? I don't think that's the water down there would ever be real, but I do think there probably is a little bit like here. To make it look like it's flowing. Water spray, all that. No, I wouldn't say that, like I said, except that it goes all the way back here, which, like, I bother doing that. I'm gonna wash the front of this. Get the front cleaned up enough, and then we're gonna maybe do this is fun now because I'm not sure. Oh gosh, this is huge. We're going all in on the soap. Ooh. Alright. I'm surprised they didn't give us one of those thingies to be able to sit up front and just kind of clean. Gonna run out soon, but that's fine because we're just gonna have enough space to get all this done. Alright. If I get the whole sign. Yep, you can. It's about to run out. See you later, alligator. Yeah. That's what I'm reading what it says. I know it's a crocodile. To be honest, it makes me think she probably picked a stage name that matches, right? I'm going, I think it's crazy, and then realizes, wait, did all that work? Even going, oh, isn't my name great? And then realizes it's a crocodile. Like, she's way too not happy with like, correct it. 18 years. And it's been a crocodile the whole time. Alright, I will clean around back in a second, but I do want to see what have I got left to clean the front to kind of get a decent sign. We don't walk on whatever the heck this stuff is. I'm honestly shocked that nobody put it out before 18 years went by. You're like, oh, is that a crocodile? Although I'm gonna guess they did, and she's just like, this name is perfect. Who could have thought that name is perfect? Let's see, for a frontal view, would this be plausible? Yeah. Well, I can change which one I'm using. I can kind of get it. I could do the roller coaster bit. Like, and you're gonna. I don't know. I mean, it probably would be expensive to rebrand or to change everything, you know, to alligators. At the same time, it might not be like an 18-year refresh, right? Like maybe another 2 years, and then with the renovation, you have it be whatever's next. I think actually that's what I'm gonna do. But no, whatever's next. We were interested in it. Won't dedicate too much time, hopefully, but you know. Maybe get the front then. I don't think I can do that at all with this one. Look at the back now, and then we're gonna go for a ride on the coaster. Alright. I want the same exact egg type. Penis egg should clearly be. Should be good to clean it. Oh yeah, I wonder if I could. I have to. I don't think I can. It'd be funny though if you could go like from here. I gotta go down to clean the bottom of the tree anyway. I'm gonna clean the bottom of the tree. But I do want to see if I'm safe up under it. How close will we be? We can make it back up. Okay. I love the physics of this game. There we go. Just continue to clean. fuel. What am I missing? I know that's a tree, so I gotta get that, but this tree branch. There we go. I mean, it looks good. Alright, I do wish I could, like, just set the order that I would have these. Click in. That'd be nice. Because I'm only using the two anyway, so... I spent my money on the other two, but it's not like I really wanted them per se. I think the weirdest thing is hearing the sound of just gators, I think. I don't know. It's like, that's done. Hey. Come on, I've got to be basically there. I've gotten basically all of it. Oh. Alright, so we're so close to being done that it's not even funny, but we're also so far from being done that it's not even funny. Yeah. It just seems a little ridiculous that I'm having issues with, like, so far here, considering I shouldn't probably even have the one I'm currently using yet, right? I'd in theory just finish upgrading to the next level. It's a little weird that I'm having issues with this one. But this one should be busted all the way up. I would say probably at least 2 or 3 more jobs. Probably more, because, like... Even if you assume I pay, like... Heck, the only reason I was able to get the next level up yet was because I was willing to dedicate so much time to soap. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on it yet, so it just kind of is a little bit like... I don't even want to know what the lower levels are like feeling on this one. Huh? I was just more meaning... It's mean, like, along the lines of... Like, I dedicated the time to skip a level. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I skipped any levels. There. Alright. There we go. Somehow knew there was gonna be a spot there. Alright. Before I finish, I'm gonna ride the coaster once. I'm determined to. But I want the coaster to at least look nice, so... I'll leave a few minor spots that doesn't accidentally shoot me off. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yep. So close to being done. Alright. At least enough to be able to ride the ride and have it be cool looking. That's all I really care about. I don't want to be going from dirty, dirty, dirty. What else do I need to go for? Alright. At least it'll feel like it can be ridden. Alright. Wow. There's probably more underneath. Alright. Okay. I've reached the power point. There's only so many points I can spend! We can have a cat tree, yes, yes, yes. But now I still have way too many points. I think they probably should have new options, I think. Maybe. I kinda... Yeah, we'll buy the all white. Not like I'm gonna use them, but like... There. With options. I mean, that's cool too. That's tangerine. But I'm not tangerine, the tangerine washer. I'm the watermelon washer. Orange one. Yes. You know, let's do that one. I don't need them, but like, it's kind of funny. There. Now I've spent my points. I still got like. It's gonna throw a fit again really soon, but like I can't just spend my points on something massive. There's nothing massive left. Alright, so that side is done. Oh yeah, the inner tube, I knew kind of that it probably needed. And then this ledge over here. There. Alright, and then for the front, I think it still doesn't look... Yeah, it needs to be finished being cleaned. So we can ride the coaster. And then I'll leave, like, one plant. I think I've left some plants somewhere elsewhere. What have I got? Still. I can finish the carts. What are the roof light signs? Yeah, you know, I've got a couple things up top still, so we can clean this. So that it'll feel worthwhile going on the ride. It doesn't feel like we're getting tetanus. Okay, I mean that looks good, right? And then we can finally get a little bit over here. Don't want to feel like I forget. Nails here. Oh, you. Alright. I'll paint that flower because I really like it. Alright. I know I have the letters. I'm going to work on the inside here. Bar, I guess. Okay. Alright, let's finish the loading bay stuff. Oh, what's the big button in the middle, huh? This needs to be cleaned. There's one of these two here, yeah, okay. And this rope. Yeah, I see it. Clean this. Alright, and then the rock-based head. Is that this one? Electric ledge. So rock one of these. Big. Yeah, one of these. Okay, and then this needs to be clean. And then there's one over here. I think everything else is the sign and roof flowers. There should be a post left, yeah. So let's get this one left. And then we gotta ride the roller coaster. Yeah, we can get the sign afterward. Alright, so we are gonna lock into our comfy spot here. I want to be on this one. This is actually kind of fun. I'm serious. If it's just in VR. Oh, apparently Ride the Coaster wasn't. I didn't even know. I assumed it was about cleaning the crock side or something. Oh, look, yeah, I didn't get it. Ride the Coaster. Yeah. Cool. I feel really silly. I wasn't trying to cheat it, I swear. I swear. I just wanted to ride the coaster. Hello, Knight. How are you this evening? Yes, I just rode the ride. Apparently it was an achievement. I had no idea. I just wanted to ride it. I was like, oh, that would be fun. I like coasters. I still feel like there should have been a little thing that says hands and feet inside the vehicle. Kind of thing. I think that would have been fun. And maybe it's they it was too much. Oh, beyond being fun, it would be like more kind of like to some form of realism. It'd be like, you know, they do that so they don't get sued. And I'm glad that you're doing good. Anyway, I knew I wanted, because that's all you could, so I was like, I could have ride the ride. But no, I mean, it's got, like, mind your head. See, you've got them on your head, you've got the speakers here that don't do anything but make, like, ghost sounds. The sounds of gulls and gators, that's really all there is. As you love, she gets these, she's like, wait a minute. Those are crocodiles. Like, you've owned this ride for 18 years. See, you can hear the gulls. And yeah, if you stick around, you can hear gators. But yeah, it's like, oh, and she didn't even think to make sure they were actually gators. And it's funny because she had just finished talking about how, isn't it crazy how some names are just perfect? Like it's like they're made for that. Because her name's Sheila Later. Sheila. Later. Alligator. It's crocodile. On to the next job. Oh, the back is where we actually get to look. Okay. Yeah, you would. She's like, I hope nobody ever noticed that. Oh yeah, there she is. Another 18 years of gator magic, eh? Stop for a free ride whenever you like. You could stand the G-force, that is. That thing was so slow. Oh, wait. I do think that it shows this good game to be in Europe. Or aspects of it, you know? Cat. 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 Oh yeah, we finally get to go to Washington. To get the kids into science, we've been upping the ante on interactive activity here at the Washington Museum. So excitement was through the roof at the opening of our all-new state-of-the-art solar system. And there's one word we want everyone to take from their time in watching him. That's amazing. Unfortunately, its opening coincided with the annual Great Chocolate Giveaway in the town square, and within seconds we had 200 hyper kids running around, putting their sticky paws on everything. Could you please help? I just explained it. Kids hyped up on like 6 chocolate bars. Because it was chocolate day. Nah, actually they've clearly made it look very much like it's mostly chocolate. I mean, I'll give them that. Which even more so makes the other one much more questionable. So you get the chocolatey hands. If you look over the top, it's not too bad with that. See, so some kid went, I can walk on this! And went up the thing, like that. Before, and got to, like, here, and then an adult went, no, 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 and grabbed the kid. That's exactly how this happened. Meant to look cool and be like, look how cool we are. Kids are short and Houdini. Let's be clear. Like, kids can get to places you don't have any idea how they got there. Oh, wait, I was gonna buy the other upgrades. And then I do another 1,200 and... Anyone who tries to go... and claim that kids, it's like, well, how could a kid get up there? And it's like, you've never had a kid. Or been in the presence of a kid. Like, my sister, she was a little monkey when she was little. Teeniest little thing that she's climbing straight up, like, next to flat surfaces. So, yeah. I see what happened. I'm just saying, don't underestimate kids. If I had to guess, some of this is just like, the dust is like, it's a little questionable, but it's like, it could happen. Especially considering, as you can see, the kids were feral, as you like, but was it the chocolate that sent them over the edge? Or the excitement of seeing this solar system like never before? I've got to be honest, when I saw it, I ran around a lot, too. A lot. So now we've got a precedent of even adults being willing to run around to see it. Right? Yeah. New place, then they're hopped up on sugar. And here's the thing. They may have been given a chocolate bars for free as well in the town square. That means that their parents gave them chocolate. School most likely gave them extra chocolate for it's chocolate day. right? If they've got a whole thing with it, right? Wait, this isn't one chocolate bar. Teachers probably each like the day or so before, you know, like because they're not going to be doing that obviously on the day of. And depending if free chocolate bar day is just how she's referring to Valentine's Day. The kids might have had a whole bunch of candy from that kind of thing as well. So perspective is everything. Like I said, I think part of it is also, if I had to guess, this looks like construction dust, right? I found my constellation. There we go. Yeah. Not that I was trying to. Well, most years. Think about it. If this is really new, it's entirely possible that not all the dust from the construction has been fully cleared away. And then there's Aquarius, the other one that can be depending just because of how on the edge my birthday is. Wait. Wait, does that mean that this is just gonna be all of those and before? Yeah. Yeah. It was originally they would be cleaning it, but they were like having their grand reveal. I could totally see that. And then the kids just yeah, but I've seen new exhibits at science centers before. They can end up a little bit dusty the first couple of weeks. Because they're settling into place and stuff, right? Capricornus. Yeah, so this is just the... I don't know if I would... I suppose because of astrology, with the whole the months kind of thing, but... I don't know. And then Sagittarius. I think that's my little bro. I'm not sure, because I don't think that's quite right. Anyway. That means there was probably dust in all the carpets. I don't really care that much about it. I just know I'm a Pisces. This one? Here? You know, this is backwards. So no, this would be like the one that would be lower, right? Yeah, Taurus. That makes more sense. So Sagittarius, I guess, is December, November, or Sagittarius, rather. So Capricornus is December. To be specific, the 21st? Or no, the 20th of each month kind of thing. The 20th each month. Unless it's astrology specifically, because if Pisces, and then it's Pisces. Which I remember because I'm like on that edge between Pisces and Aquarius. That's the only reason I ever bothered to remember, because it was an interesting little factoid with my birthday being on the 21st. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, But because of the way it is, I can be, like, depending on the year. And it's something I learned because I just thought it was, like I said, an interesting thing. And I looked into it and I learned. Because of when they can start and stop, I can be considered either, depending on the year, I am either a Pisces or an Aquarius. Usually I'm a Pisces, but there is a chance I can be. Because when they actually have, like, not like the newspaper, but like the actual stupid thing. Because it's so on the edge, and not every year is the same. But to be honest, I don't really care that much. The only constellation I ever bothered to pick out of this night sky was Orion. No, apparently it's not. I don't know, unless like the place that I researched it, I guess, was wrong, but like it can be within 3 days on either side or whatever. They just kind of went for like the middle or something like that. You don't want to like go with like a different one every time and be like, well, this week am I? To be honest, the thing that tells you the most that astrology in that sense is kind of bogus. I mean, yeah, if you can be one thing one year and another thing a different year. Do you mean, wait, do you mean the actual Big Dipper? Ursa Major? Or do you mean the Seven Sisters? Or do you mean Ursa Minor? One for me that I can always pick out is Orion, just because. Orion. Big Dipper, Big Dipper. Okay, so Ursa Major. You can pick out the Big Bear. The Mama Bear. Well, yeah. I think I did see Taurus once. Or pick it out, rather. I like space. My brother was more into space than I was, but I do like space enough to know some of them. And knowing the coloration and when it appears and stuff too, can tell you whether it's actually a star or a planet. For example, Mars will look red in color when viewed more through a telescope. It can kind of be seen outside of that as well, but yeah. That's fine. Like I said, I was more into it when I was younger, kinda, sorta. Enough to have a telescope. Or rather, get a telescope for Christmas one year. Hey, I mean, you've seen, I like drawing nightscapes, so I don't like to actually try to do anything like actual, but so obviously there's some use for it after all. But I try not to because it's I mean, it can reveal quite a bit about where you live and stuff, or what you can and can't pick out. Probably. The song is called. Because the song is called "Trust Me, I'm an Engineer." It's fun. Fair enough. Here's Leo. I mean, beyond that, I mean, things that you remember can do quite a bit too, like, give it an implication. So, you know, it's probably better not to remember. Like, for example, if you remember what your, if you're gonna remember one of these, it's usually the one for your actual birth month. not really, and not, and even if you're like not a crazy astrology girl. So it's like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, but the thing is, depending on where you live, including things like the northern and southern hemisphere stuff, stars that you can see or their positions are not going to be in the same place. So yes, you can use Polaris to find the north. It's not a guarantee that you'd even be able to see it. Depending on where you are. And for the south, I do believe that is Orion, but Orion also points, I think, east? Can't remember. Yeah. Maybe points east or west, but I cannot remember which. Or it said it points south. I don't remember with Orion. I just remember, the only thing I do remember is it's an easy shape to pick out. If you're in the right place. And it is interesting because it has 3 stars for its belt, but they're kind of in the middle, a little out of the way of everything else. So, like, I can't look at here because they don't have Orion, which is a little, like, people, like, Polaris and Orion I feel like should have been much more important than the astrology stuff. Because those are actually used for navigation of any kind. The way they're used is different depending on the north and south, but I do know that they are used in both. And Venus, aka the Morning Star, has its own things as well. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying in general, I don't feel like the astrology ones should have been the ones that would be the big ones. Even if you're going by, like, Grecian myths. Like, you have Perseus, you have, like, a Pegasus, you have all kinds of stuff. I think would have been more in line with kind of going with the whole presenting constellations kind of thing, right? Oh, cool. Interesting. It feels like it's just the other thing. I should be close. What's the third spot to kind of go for? By the way, feel free to enjoy the exhibits and have a nosy into the info while you wash. No, they're going for a nebula background for this. More spacey. Hmm? I just said nebula. You know. There you go. Right, yeah. Make it feel more space-like. If I had to guess. Alright, this one was done. Alright, that one's done. I guess some of the stars aren't done though. What am I missing on this one? There we go. Okay. Okay. I probably use soap some. Okay. Um. There. Exactly in the side. Yeah. I don't disagree. There. That allows for Oh, it cleans that one, actually. Women's secretaries. Okay. It is. Part of the problem with these is it's just like... If I want to clean that... You know what? This is gonna be our thumbnail. Like this specific way, so you can kind of see where we've done a little cleaning. Hmm? I think it's fine as it is. I can't really do better than that for what's here, so I'm kind of... I know see the roof, but I just was kind of going with seeing the sun and the mess. Okay, so that's gonna be... Let me see. The thing is... let's see, before I wash it off, it looks more like Uranus, but it might be Neptune. I think it's Uranus. I'm right! Thank you, little bro, for being so obsessed with Neptune. And that one. But then that probably means that this is Neptune, which doesn't make sense because Neptune does in fact have rings. They're very thin, but they do have rings. Obviously this is Saturn. Let's see. Smiley face. Oh, it's Earth. I didn't even get a chance to guess because the sign's actually on the side. Wow. Oh, and there's the moon. Fuel. Alright, that's Mars. Yeah, but see, look at that. The stuff that's on here came from the ceiling. It does. Oh, it's one of these. I mean, I did feel like it felt familiar. I've been in a science center that did this. I mean, obviously the spins. Alright, so that's going to be Jupiter. Yeah. And then, so that's probably Pluto, right? Because it might be Mercury, though, but I think this is Mercury here. Yeah. Which is the thing that I always find weird about going, oh, Pluto can't be a planet, right? Somehow they've been able to figure the size of Pluto versus the size of Mercury. No, it's Mars. Wait, what? What's this? Venus. Okay. They don't have Pluto. But when you actually look at the sizes and comparisons, it is very similar to Mercury. That's why I was going to be like, yeah, that's weird. Hey, Mars isn't that small. But the Earth is this big. This this isn't very realistic. You're gonna have them be... You need to keep them some of the ones that are definitely at least similar sizes. So like that's clearly Mercury, because Mercury's tiny. Mars and Earth are actually very similar in size. So they really should have been. That's why I thought this... Much like Venus too, but... Venus is mostly gas. That's why I assumed it naturally. I see it kind of here now that I'm looking at this, like, oh no, but... Okay. I know this is just the game developer, but there's a whole... You gotta be very careful about this kind of thing, because you don't want to have kids miss... Yeah, they made Earth bigger and Mars smaller, so both of them are... Like... I was gonna be like, hey, the thing is, like, when you actually see sizes of, like, the planet, Pluto isn't actually that small. It is small! But then you compare it to Mercury, it's like, it's not that different. But it's not as different as they like to make it out to be. And even if you're going to call it a dwarf planet, it should still be here. As it is part of our solar system. Which a good science center would do. Although a good science center would also not do the astrology stuff. So you know. Even if you try to make it infinitesimally look smaller, via having... No, they're a science center. A museum, rather. They're the Washington Museum. Even more so needing to be accurate. Not look at cool planet. Also, this wouldn't be at a museum in this way, it would be at a science center. Stuff in this way. And the whole point of giving it one big room is to kind of be able to space them out a little bit to show them. To show just how far everything is, whereas here... They're at the Washington Museum. AKA, they are a museum. It for some reason has a planet room. That is fairly inaccurate about quite a few things. Yep, they should be doing a much better job because the reality is you were a learning place. Explains why the parents weren't so against just letting the kids run wild, though. Because they're like, eh, it's not like it's accurate anyway. It must be done more like a playground. But yeah, like if it's meant to be on the... If it's meant to be in the northern hemisphere, there are certain constellations that should exist, and if it's meant to be in the southern hemisphere, there should be certain constellations. But neither of them should be astrology, especially even if you're going for like the mythos and stuff. You should instead focus on some of the more important mythos ones, not astrology. Yeah, there are out there. I've seen some. I actually don't know if there is currently. I mean, but the thing is, with Pluto, the only reason Pluto's not a planet is that one scientist decided that he wanted his legacy to be that he made it sure that Pluto wasn't a planet. That was it. When you know that, it's like... Even then, it's still technically because even if it's a dwarf planet, it's still a planet. Thus, it should still be in here. I think you do, you just don't know it for that. But yeah. When you know that that was the whole reason, was like one dude. I mean, it is mission to, it's like... Okay, so why is it not a planet? Because there is no reason. Try and claim that, oh, but it does things that are different than other planets. Well, so does Uranus. So does Neptune. So does Jupiter. Each of them do different things. So does Venus. Mercury, for Pete's sake. Can't say about size when you've got Mercury. And it's like... Just because you decided it's not doesn't mean it is not. That's kind of where I end up going. And this is how you know I actually was into space stuff, you know? I really and truly... And it does bother me, because it's like, it's... And then, you know, they discovered, what is it, Planet X, or whatever it's called? After they successfully did that, but is near identical, so, oh, that's a dwarf planet. As well, it's like, instead of going, okay, so maybe some planets do this or some of that, even if you were just to go, well, we're going to give it a separate designation that this is also this, but it is a planet. It probably is. But yeah, it's for me, it's that whole thing of like, just trying to... I guess this is the alpha also. Anyway, I just... What am I gonna buy now? I guess we have a new piece of furniture at least. Okay, I have one. Might as well just buy all of the... I can't buy anything here, so... Oh, hello. I don't know, how much is it? 200? Okay, I don't have this one, but, you know, we can trade it at whatever point. We got one. We're just gonna buy a couple of these. I'm gonna take it down to 1,000. Oh, I fell a little bit more than I meant to, but... yeah, it's fine. 900. Perfect. I better have enough to spend towards next time as well. Well, it has made things brighter. I mean, you notice? But in a room like this, you want the sun to be the main focus. That's why the lights over here aren't gonna, like, super light. There is actually a purpose to it. Watch here. I'll just get more of this cleaned off. Alright, so this is what this looks like, kind of like that, right? It's not a lot, but it is lit. The entire concept is that it's meant to be the sun is the light for a lot of these. So these lights as well down here. It's all about illuminating the sun. So while there will be lights on the outside, it will... I've mostly cleaned it already, so it's a lot harder to notice, but... But as far as like a general light, this will be a light here, so... Yeah, actually like light up. Actually, probably the best way to kind of show it, yeah, because now you'll have the light showing here. That'll be a light. So first, let's just kind of clean it like this. You can see without it. I've actually noticed this, and I do think it's super cool the game does this. It's just kind of hard to tell on this one. Oh, no, I should have done the floor. Yeah. Pick a spot with no light. Yeah. So right now we have just the sun lighting up the floor. Right? Right? So... Before, after. See? It's not a lot because, like I said, the entire concept is you're supposed to focus in on the sun. It is lit up a little bit. The problem with noticing is the lights do that or not is that these lights would specifically be done to be dimmer. Because the entire thing you're supposed to be focusing on is... It makes the sun brighter that way. But, like, in this room, it's going to be the darkest room in the whole museum / science center, or whatever it is. So I think this is a light too, potentially. So this will also light up, like... a little. Yeah, basically it's enough so that you can see and read somewhat. But generally, this type of room would also have, like, Not only would this like be here to say Mercury, there'd be a little button to tap that would also have a speaker speak and say Mercury, and like get some facts about Mercury. Kind of thing. Huh? Yeah, it's true. I was just more meaning because this is supposed to be new, and this is clearly trying to imply that it's current year, right? So that's why I'm saying it would just be on the thing. But you can get a brochure. Probably. And see, these walls are shiny, so that will also help light things up, because it'll reflect the light. Even though in reality that would be kind of not what they go for. Because the idea is basically just... See, this is where an adult ate too much chocolate, clearly. Look at that. No, I'm saying, not saying that they wouldn't. I'm just saying... For a planet thing, it's just easier to kind of have it. Well, it's a little harder to kind of lose. Yeah. I don't know. I think from the splatter pattern, that looks like whatever it was, it is no more. I'll admit, there was lots I didn't appreciate about the solar system until I worked here. You're one of those astrology chicks, aren't you? Like, I had no idea that the Earth in prehistory it collided with a protoplanet called Theia. Did you? Well, there's not necessarily a guarantee that that's happened. So... It's all conjecture, because obviously nobody actually was there for it. And if they're not teaching that as this is a theory, then that's also kind of problematic. It doesn't guarantee. Yeah, it is at this point in time. It's like... So, like, that's just one of the popular theories, but that does not mean that it is the guaranteed fact. It's also the entire possibility that the asteroid was just an asteroid, or meteor rather. Or that there was no meteor and it was something else, like a volcano or something, that took out the dinosaurs. Heck, dinosaurs might not have even looked like dinosaurs, they might have just looked like birds the entire time, and so you're just conjecturing, oh, this must have been a dinosaur. And then it turns out it was just a giant chicken. Like, we don't know! It's like assuming, oh, clearly no dinosaurs were around at the same time as people. And yet you have plenty of, when you actually go into the mythology of several places, for example, you've got Quetzalcoatl. Guess what exists around that area as a fossil? Yes! Yep, even in Nearsmiths. I'm just saying, we don't know anything. For all you know, dinosaurs continue to exist at the same time as people. Obviously under the name dragons. Until they eventually died out due to whatever led to that. That's the problem with going and saying that this is clearly fact, is that there's plenty of other things that could point towards a different thing. The old Chinese dragon looking very much like, again, fossils from the area. And it's assuming, oh, well, it's because they obviously found fossils. They probably did, despite having literal myths and stories about these creatures, you know, coming in and stealing sheep and stuff. Like, well, not necessarily sheep, you know, like, those kinds of things. Like, yeah. When you actually go and you look, and then you find out, for some of them, that, like, quite literally, there are, in fact, fossils that match. And this is something that you think that would be interesting to think about, or to, you know, try and see. Because it's like, well, maybe this means, like, think of the coelacanth. You know? They still try to claim that that's, like, completely and totally went extinct, except the fact that, like, we have proof that coelacanths exist. And currently exist. Like, yeah. It's... Yep. And see, that's the thing. It's like you have... you actually have actual reasons to believe that they probably were around a lot longer than people think. So that's one of those theories presented as facts. Oh, the natives couldn't know what they were actually looking at. They were just looking at bones and came up. That's an actual thing that you'll find, and it's just like, why? Why can't you assume that they knew what they were looking at? Sorry, it just bugs me, because it's like, when you start realizing... Well, they probably actually looked at the actual Stegosaurus and went, dang, that's cool, or, okay, we need to make sure people know this is an area not to go near. If you're not careful, there's a Stegosaurus here right now. Or this is Stegosaurus territory. Although they wouldn't call it Stegosaurus, they call it something else, right? But that's the thing, when you actually stop and you look, you're gonna start realizing they probably did have them. But it's like with apes. They tried to declare that apes didn't exist. Or gorillas specifically, rather, right? Until they came across gorillas, and then, oh no, gorillas always existed. And like I said, with the coelacanths, when you actually look through where it's like, heck, megalodon. Like, I recently saw yet another documentary talking about how, oh, they're extinct, and yet at the same time, it's known that teeth wash up on the shore every now and then. And it's like, you can't claim they're extinct and that they're not extinct. And it does not go both ways. And yet they do. I think that's the weirdest thing to me. Well, there you go. It just means that the six sources. But again, I don't think it's all that insane. Yep, exactly. But it like I said with the coelacanth, which does in fact still live and exist, and I just go with like you know that they are around. You just argue they aren't the same things because clearly they're different somehow. It bothers me greatly. Yep, that is way more likely. Heck, think of the Kraken. Or not the Kraken. The giant squid, right? Yeah, that's correct. Right? Turns out, they do exist. After scientists spent years trying to be like, no, they can't exist, and then they exist. That's where I end up going, is I go to the whole, you cannot make this, if you at least state that this is the current theory, you know? You cannot make it into, oh, but this is just how it is. Because there is no guarantee that that is how it is. Yeah. Yep. It's like with the, when you hear about, in Florida, there was apparently giant alligators, right? And they're like, oh, these don't, and it's just like, it just means that no gators are getting to be that old. Gators never stop growing. And they grow, like, the warmer it is, the more they grow, the faster they grow. Or the bigger they grow, rather. So in reality, it just means that there hasn't been a gator that's lived that long. In a while. But it's presented as, ooh, this is an extinct version, and it's just like, are we sure? Yep, the alligators in the New York sewers that actually did in fact exist, yep. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, it's like, do not assume what a creature can and cannot do. It's like, and here's where I would go with it. Heck, you know that whole thing about it wasn't the sea manatee, but it was a cousin of it. And they're like, oh, the sailors ate all of them. And it turns out now that there's potentially others that already existed, still exist, in similar areas around the world. Oh, but they're different. They can't be the same thing. Even if they lived in the same type of areas and everything. It's like, yeah. My opinion, like I said, is that Nessie most likely absolutely was a dinosaur. To some extent. Or a family of them. And may have died out, may not have, but at least would have learned to stay away from people. So even if it doesn't exist, it most likely would exist in places that we would not be able to follow. After all, I believe even now the entirety of Loch Ness is not... It has not been mapped out. Because the caves are too... extensive. It might have. Might have died out, it might have just became people shy. Or what people would see would be one lone one that would get away from its herd, right? And thus, like, as time goes on, especially if they were to go to elsewhere, I just go with the fact that so many same location style kind of locks, right? Not just Loch Ness, or like, you got Lake Champlain, there's like another one, and the point is, same like hemisphere, same, or not just hemisphere, but just like same part of the world, kind of everything, like you can draw a line across them and you can find that they would all be in, along the same, longitude, and all that. It opens up questions of similar features being used to describe them. And by the way, the Lake Champ monster is a lot more recent than the Loch Ness. So, yeah. Oh, Champy. But it exists. It is. Well, it's like... And the thing is, it's even believable that you wouldn't be able to get a good picture of it. I mean, sure, now maybe you can go, oh, you wouldn't get good pictures, but realistically speaking, if it's something that moves super fast, like, think about trying to take a picture of a boat that's moving. Or a submarine that's moving, rather, underwater. And the thing is, all it really means is that it might not even be in Loch Ness, it might be in a different loch at this point. Weirdly enough. Yep. Exactly, you need that as well. There's all kinds of things that you need that you just don't necessarily guaranteed. Even for something like a research camera, right? That's why you can't go, well, it definitely never existed. Or even go, oh, it must be dead now. Probably is. Just because there's only so long that a group altogether, well, maybe. It has a higher chance than not, but it doesn't mean anything. Again, water. Water, caves. Yeah. I do know, because, like, every couple years when they're like, oh, they're definitely extinct now, then they'll have, like, on a nature cam or something, where a Tasmanian tiger will just appear, and they'll be like, must have been the last one, but likely, once it dies, and it's just like, and then there'll be another one, like, it's most likely a herd of them. Or not herd, a pack of them, I think is what it is for them, right? And, again, one loner wanders out every now and then. It's like, oh my goodness. I believe it. Like I said, you never know. You can't predict how animals are, because the reality is that animals do weird things. And heck, beyond that, they adapt. Yeah. No, I know. I know, and then they went, oh, there's one, and then it's like I said, every couple of years they go, oh, there, this must be the actual last one, and it's just like, now they have truly all, and it's just like, that's why I'm saying I just kind of go, yeah, sure. One day we'll be able to prove one way or the other, but until then, you can't say definitive things. Yep. That's just kind of how they go. Because adaptation is a thing. In reality, if they can adapt to the environment, they will, but then that means that they will adapt in ways that you don't expect. And thus can continue to be around. In good and bad ways. Years later. And that's just kind of how it goes, you know? And ironically, if there's moose, then that means that the Tasmanian tigers would in fact have something to eat. But you're not guaranteed to know, be able to find, or be able to track. Kind of ironic. I was gonna say, never assume anything. That's just not good. It's not healthy for you. Yep. Oh, I do agree. I was just saying. Well, there's one thing. I probably could keep them in control, but not, like, take them all out. If it still exists, and there's a decent chance now to believe that they do exist still. But think about it. Let's say a bird makes a unique cry, right? Now, the birds continue to get hunted because of that unique cry. The birds eventually adapt. Either they adapt or die, right? To not make that sound, except for like one or two. That one or two, now it's like, oh, they're the last of their kind. Then you find out 4 or 5 years later, or 200 years later or whatever, right? But typically like 10 years later, they're like, oh, there's another one. But this one's definitely the last one. In reality, it's one that did not get the... or did not learn the adaptation of do not make that noise. It will get you killed, right? And thus... yeah, this kind of thing, yeah. Yeah. In reality... that's kind of where it becomes, well, you can't just assume. But some things, definitely the case it is. Especially since there's many a place on the planet that we just cannot explore. No matter how much they like to make it out to be that, oh, well, we have satellite information and everything, so therefore, it's like, have you been in there? No. Shut up. We haven't explored it. You have no guarantees of anything that you haven't actually laid eyes on. I mean, for all we know, a T-Rex would be like a giant chicken. Yeah, I'm sure they have. And then there'll be another one, and another one. Probably not, but it's just that kind of thing where it's like, we don't know. So why do we assume? But only about specific things. That kind of thing does matter too. Wait, where? But I mean, that's kind of just where I end up going, is I end up going, you can't say it's fact when you don't know it's fact. Say it is the current working theory. You can state where it comes from, how it comes from, and all that. You can state what makes it seem more likely at the moment with the information. Yep, they assume, but only the way that would make them become famous. Typically. Any information that might be to the contrary? Well, that's just useless information. Yep. That is certainly true. Or try to run with something that simply put, well, one study somewhat pointed one way. In reality, many other studies will point in a different direction entirely. By the way, what do you think of the light now that we've got more reflection versus no reflection? Yeah, that's another, although in this case, I can understand why they wouldn't do the carpet. Yeah. See, it allows the light to bounce better, but beyond that, it makes it easier to clean to do this way. So I can understand choosing to do that, especially if you're planning on having a lot of kids in the area. Makes life easier on whoever is the one who has to clean. In this case, us, but there is reasons to do that way. Well, it's gonna feel brighter because the light is reflecting off of it. They're shiny surfaces for a reason. The shiny surface allows, which already has the bright color, but the light reflects off it, which allows this to be much more colorful, which you can tell here as well, because the floor itself, as we can see in areas where there isn't that, doesn't actually have the nebula colors to it. That is the reflection of the light reflecting back upon it. For the most part. It's not completely, probably got a little bit, but not enough to be like, See? Like over here where there's not a whole lot. The light reflection is what brings the light into the area, which is smart and sciencey to do. It's also another reason other than just the carpet to have it all be like this. I feel like I'm missing a whole lot. I can't figure out where I'm missing the soap from. Guess I'm missing some though. About half. Like I see some on here, but yeah, not necessarily. Much more would really be the whole okay, so it knows I should have more. would definitely be more expensive, yes. Because you can just buy a vinyl with this. But I really do think it's more about the reflection of light. New job available. Hi, we'd like to return to Detergento to wash one of our historic streetcars. When works. Anyway, I do need to finish, like, I do. So, here's what I'm thinking. We're not gonna go back to reclamation, right? Probably not, at least. I have no real interest in going back at this point. The way the lights are, it absolutely is meant to be that way. Yeah, the mod. Like, I've thought about it. The longer I haven't played it, the less I want to go back to it. Because the fact is, it's not just the create that was the problem. Or the requirement. The fact that so much of it is just requires more grindy work. I'm thinking of doing another of the Opolis. It does use create, but it states it out the front, so I'm not as against it. And we're just going to be like, when we hit the edge of what we can do, we're going to be done, right? But that doesn't make it, like, a lot more important than it should be. And I'm still going to have more likely to be able to do other things. It's food-based. So, it's called Farmopolis. We gotta get all the foods. I thought that's perfect for, like, November and December. Yeah. Alrighty, that's what I think of doing on Monday, so I'm going to remove Reclamation for the computer and put that one on. I just wanted to make sure you knew. I mean, either way, I was probably gonna get rid of it, because I mean, I was upset about I wasn't happy about the create thing. I wasn't really upset, but I wasn't happy that that was a lot bigger part of the actual automation, without it actually stating that. And in fact, but the thing that I realized for me that I really just didn't like about it is how much grindy work there is. Like, I don't mind grindy work in general, to be clear. I don't like the, but grindy work for every step of the way to be like, yeah, you can't even just have, like, you can't even have vein miner. I think that was a bit much. I didn't want to have to go just for trees setting things up, you know? Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Also, why doesn't Jupiter have a set of rings? It's meant to be accurate. Jupiter also, all of the gas planets have some ring. Saturn's is the most impressive. But that doesn't mean that the others don't have it. Yeah. No, I do agree, and I honestly am left with, I feel like... Here's what I'm gonna say. Considering I played both Diablo Submerged and And I've been playing the Contained, right? I've been doing both of those. I've done those. The same person threw together the mod pack, right? I feel like I more trust how they're putting it together. Or adding it in. Because I definitely have a better idea. I think it's funny they're promoting mod packs that don't seem to be out yet. I'm kidding. I think the answer is just longer. And I don't know if it would have worked well or not, but I just, like, with everything else, I just didn't want to even try. And like I said, I went back and I'm just left with... It was just a grindy mess. If I'm gonna have to use Create, I want it to be not having to grind it out as well. To get to the Create just to do this. From this person, the third one I've done, yeah. They did this... I've just been looking because they're promoting it on the Contained, right? The tips. And I was like, you know what? I might want to try doing that. That seems like fun. What's funny is they're also... It'll probably be grindy, but I'm going in prepared for it to be that kind of grindy. I'm not going in with the feeling that I'm going to be left with, ooh. Plus, like I said, this isn't going to be a long-term one. Yeah. We're planning, and maybe we can make it longer, but the biggest thing that I'm planning is to have it try and make it through the holidays. I just think it's a good holiday one. Because we can then set up the food and everything and have food. And that'll just be fun. That's kind of where I end up going, is I end up going, for a grindy one, I want it to at least have something that feels like it's worthwhile. And the thing was, with Reclamation, it just kind of... Too many steps to do too much. Yeah, to try and get through Christmas and New Year's. Obviously, we'll also do vanilla and get Christmas World stuff done, but I just think having at least one of our mod packs be more like that is nice. Cozy vibes. I'm going for cozy vibes. I can't think of anything cozier than cooking. I don't think I can do the turkey, but I do think I can do a chicken dinner, because it does use Farmer's Delight, and that is in that, so there is that. But yeah. And I'm okay with it. I just, like I said, I want to do, and it can actually have like a full dish, so it's like, it'll even look nice and tasty. So yeah. And that was the thing, that was with the, and like I said, with the Reclamation, the biggest thing is, I think that my biggest issue, having not played a couple months at this point, it really and truly just was... Yes, there's ham too. We'll have plenty of options. We'll definitely have fun with it. What I was gonna say is, the grind was too much. For what little, and then I just kept adding more grind, and I just kind of... I was interested in grinding for, like... Yeah, we can have all kinds of things. We can have a nice table full of all the foods. I'll probably try to be careful and have the create stuff be separate. So there is that. I had said that before, but I'm going to say it again. I'm not going to do... I'm going to probably stick to trying to be mostly vanilla builds. I might do a few things, but... I want it to be able to last. I figured you should know, because I already told the other ones I was thinking, and I just wanted to make sure. I think nobody was like, no, but I like reclamation kind of thing, you know? The fact, I really do just kind of get left with the fact that even for just cutting down trees, there was no vein miner or anything, and it just was like, either you rely on crate or you cut down just... No. Like, I don't mind saying, like, some way to cut down the whole tree. Yeah. I think it would, like I said, I think it could have actually gotten into the more interesting bits that were being presented. I probably would have liked it better, but because so much of it was just grind for resources. Okay, now grind for now that you've ground out the resources, use these resources to grind out for more resources. And there's no fun in between. And the thing is, with Submerged, even if it was submerged and contained both of them, even if it is 90% grinding, right? There's some time to be able to do other stuff and be like, I'm gonna do this! And skip steps and stuff. I somehow got Warden's Smite early! I'll just go kill Wardens now! Yeah... I think for me, the thing with the witchcraft was more like, is this meant to be a magic-based problem or a science-based problem? I didn't mind it, but it did feel like, and then it's just like, to even get to that stuff, you have to do a bunch of stuff. It's just like, go direction, you know? They wanted it to be all the things. It was just like... Yeah. It made it so that both of them were out of place rather than having one that fit well. And I really do kind of go with the whole, I think... I'm sure they had a whole story, but for me... I thought the story was interesting for a little bit, but it just didn't hold. It did not hold past all the grind that I had to do to get it done. And that is where I end up going with it. Interesting mod pack. I might watch someone else play it, but I don't think it was for me. And I don't mind grind. Clearly. But it was too much. Too much grind, too much, not enough, just really able to be leisure time. Nothing can really go on in the background, despite the fact they're like, oh, you can do stuff in the background. Yeah, I think my biggest thing was that, for me, just the fact that it presented itself as being that you'd have things, you can just have it going on in the background, da-da-da-da, and then so early on was just, no, you have to focus on it. Otherwise, other things will happen that are not fun for you. I need to understand that that's just how it is. It's not meant to be fun, it's the end of the world. It's like, I'm not looking for it to be fun, but... give me the ability to create more, just the other side of just grinding. Also, you know, another thing that bothered me about it, I don't mind giving XP, but I feel like I did not like that it was a reward for completing the quest. Oh, you get the XP. It's like, then if I accidentally accept the reward and for the other item I want, then I might accidentally end up grabbing the wrong thing, and then I have this XP that I don't want to have yet, and I have no other way to keep it. But things like that, to me, I just, yeah. Especially now that I haven't been playing and I thought about it more. I think for people that like it, it's fine. But, yeah, it very much was, there you go. But I just wanted to make sure that over the weekend when I get rid of that one, it's not going to be any disappointment that I just didn't stick with it. I'm just saying it's not the kind of thing I like. So I just... like, if you like a grind fest, that's fine. There's people who like that. So I can accept that I'm probably not gonna play Silksong or Hollow Knight. But at the same time, I can say, but if you like it, good for you. Yeah. Can't have everybody have the same taste. That would be boring. Besides, having people that like that other type of game means I can watch them fail at it. I don't have to do anything. So I get to enjoy the content. So that's why I say, I think it's fine. People that have different interests. Yeah. Well. Now why you watch Grace still plays? Be real. Dude is the best at that. I was talking tonight, Tomas. I didn't think you did. I did watch. Yeah, I was like, yep. I think that's himself. The answer is he made it through 80% of the demo. and didn't know how to use soap. Yeah, like I said though, made it fun for me to watch. I mean, it's also been useful because he's been going to the Next Fest demos, right? And I don't have to play the demo to see if I'm interested in the game. So I've been using for that. Well, I'm not. If nothing actually was killing him, you know? If it was killing him and he had to start over, that would be better, probably. At least something is happening. This just requires patience. I don't know if you cleaned it yet, but we've taken a slice out of the earth so you can see the cross-section over the geologic layers. Yes, I mean, most places do. If you take a look, you'll find a big red blobs buried deep in the earth. Can you see them? They're parts of the... Okay, now I'm convinced somebody just told this girl's, or I guess could be a guy, but I'm going with girl with just the way that they're acting and just saying... Yep. You know... Well, I mean, everything... It's everything by, like, the concept, yeah, an astrology, yuppie, exactly. But, yeah. Anyway. I don't know if it turns. I know the moon turns. Yeah, some kid took a bite out of the moon. Must have thought it was white chocolate. Shouldn't be spitting like that either. Doesn't look like I took any bites out of it. The moon looks normal. What's she talking about? Bite where? No, she wouldn't have meant the Earth. That's how that's supposed to be. She means the moon, but... The moon hasn't had a bite taken out of it. Does she think that... I mean, maybe it's just the model, but... Does she think that, like, maybe... the craters are bite marks? Like... Also, that's no kid that took a bite out of that if they were able to. Yeah. I'm left thinking she thinks the craters are, like, teeth marks. I really can't keep... Yeah, no, you really can't. But that's what they get for hiring a, I was just gonna say, that's what they get for hiring a groupie. But, like, that's an insult to the groupies. Started with Bimbo, who went, but that would be an insult to them. They went to groupie, and they went, nope, no, that's an insult to them. Also, we don't actually know that the Earth looks like that on the inside. We only know that it probably looks like this. So it's like, again... theory presented as fact. See, that's what I said. That's why I said, nope, wait, nope, that's not it. That's an insult to them. I even thought of, like, like, going, like, the stupid, like, shipper. No shippers are not like that. It's like, well, I don't even know where to go with it. Because it's like... I'd really just go back to old astrology nuts. They get for hiring, like... But not even real astrology, either. But, you know, it's the kind of thing where I wonder... So, did she write that she majored in astrology, and they assumed she or, no, she wrote, like, astronomy, but she meant astrology? You know? And they thought, oh, well, that's impressive. Not knowing that they'd hired the wrong person entirely because they didn't do double checks. Yeah. No, notice how I said, like, I can't even go to, like, the, like... The problem is, even the crazies, at least have some knowledge of what they're talking about and don't just jump to, like... Or at least have something that they're good at. This individual just isn't showing any thing. Yeah? And it becomes, well... Obviously... Yep, that's where I would go with it. I mean, obviously this is a game. I don't know if the people in question who made the game think that. If they do, then they're the ones that I'm left with going, But... I'd guess not. I'm hoping they just, like, to make it a realistic character, they know someone like this, and it becomes... So this is a flat earther in training, huh? Yeah. I mean, it's a realistic depiction of this person for some people. But it certainly makes me go, I hope they didn't meet this or know this person as someone who actually works at like the person who this individual most likely is based off of. I hope they didn't actually work at the museum / science center. Please tell me they didn't do that. Yeah. That is how science should be taken. Never assume something is true. Until you have absolute definitive proof. Yep. As I said, like I said with the, it's just, problem is, it's like, no thank you. See, that is quantum physics that you're referring to, Tomas. Which, by its very nature, is very clear. You cannot, by its nature, it must remain a theory. You cannot, as it steps into the realm of magic. So ironically, they are very clear that this is theory, that there is no way to specifically prove it. Well, that's what I was saying. That's where I go with, at least they know to say, this is not guaranteed. It is theoretical science. And by its very nature means that it is theoretical. Theory. You cannot have a definitive. So I at least go with, at least they're honest enough about it, you know? But it's not straight up just treated as, this is definitively the truth. Ironically, I feel like there's a easier, I have a higher trust towards that than current, like, paleontology / archaeology. Considering things like carbon dating have been proven to be able to, faked isn't the right word, but that it isn't guaranteed to actually, and yet they still use it, right? As like a absolute, like, this is what proves that this is this age. That's kind of where I end up going. I trust an individual who goes, it's not guaranteed, in fact there's a decent chance it might not be true, and this is where we're at currently. Versus someone who goes, yeah, this has been proven false, but we're going to continue to act like it's fact. That's kind of how I feel. You know? I mean, like, things where you can match up the dates and stuff, yes. That I think you can accept. Yep, that's thin. But if you can't match dates, acknowledge that it's speculation, right? And that's not guaranteed. That's how I feel. Yep. Fossilized teddy bear. Heck, the fact that there was a dude that proved that he can make something become fossilized. Beyond that, like here in Florida, like, for it to be that old, it kind of has to questionable as well. Showing that environment absolutely affect things like that. Environment, pressure, there's all kinds of things that go into it. So without taking that into account, which none of them ever do, you can't guarantee anything. That's where I end up going with, I don't think it's much. Like I said, that's where I feel like, ironically, quantum physics is more trustworthy. Because they don't look at information that has a high chance at being false and go, nope, it's not false because we say it's not false. Take that. You know? The rest of Thea formed it to the moon. Okay, now I know somebody just went. That's a science fiction book. Isn't that amazing? Our moon's made of chunks of a planet that had to beef with a little baby Earth billions of years ago. That's not actually guaranteed. In fact, the rest of it's buried beneath our feet. You know, it reminds me of a book series that had something like that. Did somebody just tell you you're their favorite sci-fi book? And then you accepted it as fact, lady? But yeah, like I said, that's where I end up going. I'd rather, I mean, having a... yeah. Like, I feel like that was a Star Trek. Oh, not Star Trek specifically, but something akin to a Star Trek plot. I can't remember what, though. I mean, it might also just be a theory that technically circulates, but no guarantees. And by that logic, that could mean that the well, yeah, because as a kid, you don't know what is true or false. That's why when you're watching an education, what's supposed to be an educational program, it needs to be much more accurate. I'm sorry, I feel like I understand why you apparently watched the Boomafu, but being quite a bit older. And Wildcrats. That's... and others of the like. I'd ask you if you know what Zabufu is, Knight, but I suspect the answer is no. Maybe Wishbone. Yeah, I was right. One second. Let's see if I can sing this. What's the story, Wishbone? Dun 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 dun. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Like that. About a little doggy who goes on adventures in storybooks. The doggy has a little paw print on his eye. A little paw print mark. As this woman is going through issues that would need this book. Classic. Familiar or not? Well, that's just kind of how a lot of kids think, to be honest. There's whole books about it. Fair enough. I'm not very good at singing the theme. They also had a series of books. I'm pretty sure the TV show was based off of. Although that's older. Um... The dogs, yeah, they just have a series of books. Maybe. I'm not sure. I guess dog movie. I think it was Australian. What about Benji? You've heard of Benji? There we go. I'm pretty sure that one is, even though we had the movies here or there, oh, you know, I bet I know of a book series that you might have heard of. I kind of would hope that you would have. Called Ranger's Apprentice. Yeah, I did, but I was just saying you probably would have had a higher chance of finding that in the bookstore / at the library than we did here. Oh, Magic Tree House. Oh, what a series of questionable books. You know, they went to the same places like 50,000 different times. But it's always a new experience. So they finally realized, hey, we should have continuity. So they had been there before. Once. Fair enough. I read about a couple of them, but the fact that they literally would go to locations that they had been to and just like, no, 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 this is different, this is different. And then You mean the button that'll make all the planets move? You want me to do that? Let me not make the planets move, but... yeah. See? But, like, I tried reading them, and I just found that they very much... yeah. And if you really went through them, you'd find that the history of them doesn't even match between books, so it became questionable. They weren't very, they were far more edutainment than educational. Yeah, but the problem was they presented themselves as being... I used to get the wrong replacements. The Magic Treehouse. But like that's how they would be in school libraries, that they presented themselves as being educational, but then they really were edutainment at best. And they didn't... And then as it went on farther, like once you got to like... but they started having the hardback books, if you read those... I only read a few of them. I just was... honestly, mostly I only read them because I was volunteering at the library, and when I wasn't needed, I would sometimes just read the books in the back. You know? Because that's where they would keep all their, so... like... and the thing that was really funny is that one of the books that was in the section was a book I had donated to the library. Which was why, for the longest time, it was like the only one they had. They did eventually get the others, but like... yeah. Or to be more exact, they had gotten rid of the others, then they got them back after, I think it's what... I don't know what it was. Yeah, I mean, it was because I only owned the one. And I had no idea they had phased out them. But you know, I was like, other kids have the ability to have a second copy of it, kind of thing. I did that with a couple books. In all honesty, at this point, I kind of regret having done that, because those books, they sold. Yeah. I just was like... or they got rid of... they got rid of those. And I would have kept them, because I liked them. I just was like, I'm getting a bit old for them, and you know... other kids can enjoy them. Yeah. It's not that it was what they... it's just that they never... no, I remember what it was. It wasn't that. It was that it wasn't that they saw them. It was that they used them as summer prizes. That's what it was. Sorry, I had to remember because they had a whole thing, and then it's just like I knew because I recognized it. I was like, what's the point? That's what it was. But yeah. And then, you know, I rebought some of them later. From a... Sorry. Yeah, but they didn't. And, like, I gave them 20 books. Thing is, now I know... So this was a rather unique run of this series. It was only in the US, apparently. Because they weren't normally books, they were graphic novels. The graphic novels they did get later. But... it was for the Witch series. See, here in the US, I didn't know this until recently, but basically... because obviously they were doing the animated series, but they released a series of books. It follows what the graphic novels do, yeah, but they were actual books. Really good too. Which I can say because I went and got them. I went and picked up a bunch of them recently, or well, not recently, but I managed to find a bunch of them. And I was like, these are mine now, and it was really well done. To the point you don't realize it started as a graphic novel. And it doesn't, it follows the graphic novel, it does not follow the TV show. But it just, in a slightly more kid-friendly manner, because obviously if you're reading it, you're not looking at it. If you will. Which was a fair compromise, in all honesty, I think. And still had snippets of the graphic novels at the beginning and the end, so you'd still see what it would look like. Like I said, they later did release the graphic novels in the US, but that was way later. To the point it made it look like the graphic novels were made off of the book, even though in reality, the books were made off the graphic novels. But they were well done. And yeah, it annoyed me that I was like, I dedicated years. And like the thing is, it's not like it wasn't popular. They had their own section, like the kids section, for years, and it just allowed for a bit. I've still got one of the cards that came with one of the extra novels. It was a spin-off novel. I think it was fully unique to it. Yeah. But they were good. They were fun. They still felt more grown up than not, but it allowed it to be... For the age that's watching the TV show. The irony is I didn't even know there was a TV show. I was reading them until years later. I didn't watch, Disney. Imagine my confusion when some friend of mine tells me that they, or puts it on because they like the show, and I'm just like, what? How do they make a show of this? And remove all the death. I don't remember exactly what they did. I just remember they got rid of them. I was able to be privy to the fact they got rid of them. And it still ticks me off to no end. Yeah, the TV show did not follow either the graphic novels or their own novels that they put out. Which is why I'm like, no, the novels really did follow the graphic novels. I see somebody like talk about it, I'm like, I'd just be like, no, the novels really followed the graphic novels. It just was done in a middle schooler can buy the book. Which, I mean, to be fair to them, I mean, the middle schoolers. So, yeah. I'm saying this going back, looking it back. Then, I mean, I read them. I don't know when I started reading them. I don't know when I stopped reading them. But, like, I collected them for ages. Well, it's not that. I read a lot of books. My mom did not consider it a bad thing for me to read more. I need to finish. I definitely need to finish. I got distracted by this and I just... I'm so close and yet so far, and I need to be honest with myself that I'm not going to complete it. It feels like I should be done, though. I mean, my mom let me read Greg of the Overlander. Stay with my siblings. Like, you want to go dark? I am super close. Yeah, it was by the same author, yes. Ironically, like, I would say even darker than Hunger Games. Like, Hunger Games is after she learned how to tone it down. You know? Like, I still feel like there should have been, like, at least one more book, but, like, ugh. Yeah, like I said, I feel like there should have been one more book. But obviously she just didn't make enough money, you know? Judging by how the Hunger Games has gone. Made way more money, she's done way more with it. But yeah, I honestly felt like there should have been some form of, like, finale. Or not just, like, but, like, you know, and going back one way or another. It kind of would have been nice. You know? Yeah. No, I agree. I think the ending was, but like I said, I felt like this should have had. I would say like there should have been another book, but it shouldn't have been from his perspective. Yeah, I think that to me personally, it should have been Princess, right? I can't remember her name right now, but she should have been the main in her finding him because that was her promise. Remember? I was saying the book. She promises next time she'll go to him. So it should have done that. Yeah, the girl that's supposed to go find him. That's my point. See, it was originally, that was the end of the book, was that she's promising she will find him next. Where does this even go? Oh. And there was also an implication that there was another prophecy involving him, too. At some point. Hey. How do I get that? But, you know, all of that was dropped. Yeah, I don't know about the fanfiction either. Besides, what's the point? Like, I want proper closure from the actual series. Okay, the exhibit must come out. Somewhere. Where's the... Wait, where's the button? Yeah? Like, I'm looking at something. What am I looking at? Not up, it's down. supposed to clean that? Anyway. Might be. I don't think so. I think I'm going to have to just... That's done. Anyway. But yeah, when you know that the... When you know that the story just ends not disappointingly, it just becomes, well... a bit more disappointing to go back and reread. And it's kind of, like I said, ironically, you had a much more positive ending for Hunger Games than you did for Gregor. Like, Katniss, her whole thing, she gets a happier ending. And that said a lot. Hmm? What do you mean? How different is the book? I think part of the problem is... Oh, I don't know about the... I never saw the last one. The book just ends... She's basically decided to stop fighting. She's left. She's gonna... just give up. But, you know, she's really got... somebody by her side who cares about her. I believe it was Peter, right? And all that. Gregor gets nothing. He gets like... Yep. But you know, at least she's got somebody, you know, that can understand and cares about her. Like, Gregor gets nothing. His family decides to take him away from the only place he might have a chance at returning to normal. Because that's what's best for him. with promise that the girl will try to find him again. But this, yes. But never get that ending. Nope, just... Seriously, how am I supposed to get that light? There's something here that I'm not seeing. So, get the light. Me, how do I get the light? It'd be done by now. Oh wait, it says that. What? Wait, so why is it telling me there? No, it wasn't an angle thing, but we're done. I'm done. Hi. What an absolutely stellar performance. I can't wait to show the kids some proper concrete science. Venus' retrograde rotation, the moons of Jupiter, and the imminent visitation of our feline Planet X overlords. Yeah. No, she's crazy. She's cray. Astrology. No. You saw, no matter where I went, it pointed right back there. It must have been for the Milky Way floor. Instead of telling me where it actually was, it was going there. Alright, cat's cute. Anything new to buy really quickly? Any new cosmetics? Oh, yes! Ooh, let's change that. I like that better. Ooh, we're using this. Done. It finally got a new look. Fancy. And new furniture. Yes. Quite literally nothing else I can buy, I don't think. Maybe go through just see. Nope, nothing there. Alright, so nothing there. Anything here? Nope. Oh, we could buy vans maybe. Yeah, we'll buy all the other vans. Done. That's a good place to go for the finish. Alright. Okay. Yeah, she started imprecise and ended what the... Yeah, I'm just good. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, slash night, slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I am just going to quickly finish and be done. I'm going to probably go to bed after this. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around. Hope you see you on Monday for some... We'll try some Farmopolis. Yeah. Bye-bye.